I'm Father Robert Balacer, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. And I am sitting next to Mr. Mark van Zijdelhoff. He is the COO of LogMeIn. Mark, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Great to be here.
Now, you've come to the show with a few exciting announcements. Do you want to share that with us?
This show for us is super exciting. It's all about the relaunch of GoTo, our GoTo business, which is our UCC business within LogMeIn. It's a huge business. We're a leader in the space, and we come here, first of all, reaffirming GoTo as the brand to GoTo for UCC, and then launching two new innovations. One is our Go-to-Room capability, in-room hardware and all that you need to set up a room in minutes and for a really good price. And then the second is GoTo Connect, which integrates our Jive acquisition capability, PBX in the cloud, UCaaS, with all of our meeting and other capabilities that GoTo has from our heritage. So bring those together in one seamless product.
LogMeIn occupies a very special space in UC on this floor in that most of the other vendors are pitching a particular solution.
Right.
They want to get you into a conferencing room. They want to get you mobile. They want to pitch you a service for UCaaS. LogMeIn wants everything. You just want to enable every particular service, every piece of hardware, every piece of tool kit that might be out there. What is that like? You have to make alliances with pretty much everyone here.
Well, listen, it's not that LogMeIn wants everything, it's that our customers want everything. They want an integrated capability that works together. And so we went and assembled that portfolio over the last 2 years. Obviously, taking on the GoTo business from Citrix, but then adding Jive as an acquisition and a ton of innovation that we've done over the last while. So a lot of players on the show floor here, as you look around, they need to partner to get PBX in the cloud, and then the in-room capability and the meetings and screen sharing capability and the video capability and the voice and the audio. We have all of that now in a portfolio, and we've now at this show are launching, actually bringing them together in single units that people can consume as an integrated solution.
Let's talk about those single units. So as an end user, if I want to consider a GoTo product, a GoTo suite, what kind of functionality would I be looking at?
Sure, so I think the place to start now, given what we've announced here, is GoTo Connect. And GoTo Connect is integrating what Jive, which we acquired about a year ago, brought to LogMeIn, and the GoToMeeting capability that everybody knows, hundreds of thousands of users around the world for both of those, frankly. Millions of users, hundreds of thousands of companies using it. And so what GoTo Connect gives you is integrated PBX, call routing, voicemail, messaging, fax if you want to go that direction, but then also GoToMeeting, screen sharing, and all the capabilities you expect from the GoTo side. And it's integrated in one panel, so it's pretty cool. You can just see all the different activities coming in. We were showing a demo yesterday. You're in the middle of a GoToMeeting and someone gives you a phone call. The meeting automatically pauses. You do the phone call, or you check on the voicemail coming up in the same panel, so it's all part of an integrated capability.
Where do we go next with this technology? Because again, since you occupy that special space, you're not trying to sell a whole room solution, you're not trying to sell the ultimate mobile device, but rather you're enabling all of those services on any device you already own. What is the ultimate goal of LogMeIn? Where would you like this to be in a year, 2 years, 5 years?
Well, I think you mentioned it before. Having that integrated solution at the hub of your UCC strategy as a company. Two is, as you mentioned, we have tons of partners here, whether it's the Adobes, the Logitechs, the Polys, all the Ciscos that are, that we're able to connect to with our technology. So the ecosystem is a big play. And then, of course, and I did a discussion about this just a couple days ago, leveraging AI, right? AI is a part of our technology, transcribing, understanding what's happening in meetings, giving people a leave behind. That's going to be a big part of our message and our vision that we're already rolling into our technology today.
One of the themes that has been rolling through this year's Enterprise Connect is this idea of accessibility, that we are at that point where the tools work, the services work. We know that we can set up a proper telecommunications system, but unless we make it accessible to those users who maybe aren't the most technically adept, that it will never be a casual system that someone might use just because. I believe LogMeIn has, again, a special place because your services are so accessible. What are you doing to make sure that people have that awareness?
Yeah, so we're doing a ton. First of all, total respect for the concept of accessibility for all the right reasons and to help all the populations get to our technology. We're doing a lot on simplification of our GUI and our experience to make it even easier to use. One great example is on the mobile phone we have a commuter mode where you can just hit one button and the whole thing goes to green or red whether you're on mute or not on mute. So it makes it really easy to safely access the technology even when you're in the car. And in terms of making people aware of it, as I mentioned in the beginning, it's the relaunch of the GoTo brand, and we're going to be putting a lot of investment this year into GoTo. We've done some surveys on this, and people trust the brand, they know the brand, they expect great things from GoTo, and we're not going to let them down.
All right, one last question. For those people who are looking at this relaunch and maybe are getting excited about how they could possibly integrate this into their existing business, what would you suggest would be their toe dip? If they're looking at trying to use these tools, what would be the best tool in the GoTo portfolio for them to start with?
Oh, obviously GoToMeeting is super easy, right? To download and start using, very cheap entry point. But GoTo Connect, I think, really adds the broader experience I'd like people to start on because it really replaces your phones and your meeting experience in this integrated solution, combining, as I said, voicemail and messaging and text and fax and everything into one platform. So I think if you only need meetings, it's of course GoToMeeting, but I think the place to go is GoTo Connect for that integrated UCC experience.
Mark, thank you so much for your time. Now, if they want to find out more about what LogMeIn could do for their business, of course, the best place to go would be to be at a show like Enterprise Connect, to actually speak to your representatives. But if they can't do that, where should they go online to find out more?
It's not going to be hard for you. GoTo.com.
I like it simple. I'm Father Robert Ballas here at Enterprise Connect 2019, and stay tab because we've got plenty more. I'm Father Robert Balaser, the digital Jesuit, here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. Now, one of the things I love about this show is the fact that every year I come back, I get to speak to some of the same individuals and I get a status update on what their company has been up to, which is why I'm sitting next to Mr. Patrick Joggers. He is the CMO and EVP of Business Development over at Ribbon Communication. Patrick, thank you very much for coming back.
Yeah, Robert, it's a pleasure to be with you again as always.
Yeah. Now, Ribbon has been in the news as of late. You've made a couple of moves, a couple of partnerships. Can you tell us the ones that you find most interesting?
Sure. We had probably one of the most important press releases, actually came from AT&T this week. What they announced is they're launching for the first time their AT&T API Marketplace, which is built on Ribbon's Candy CPaaS. So what they're doing is they've essentially created a marketplace for developers, large enterprises to come in and put embedded communications into their applications. So it's a new market for AT&T, putting them square in the path of to competing with some of the other CPaaS providers, with the difference. You have the AT&T Quality Network, you've got the AT&T Quality service level agreements for large customers, and you've got the long, in-depth customer relationships that they can take advantage of.
Ribbon has really mastered these sorts of partnerships over the years, where you have carriers, you have these companies coming in and using your solution to build out tools for their customers. Is that where you want Ribbon to be? I mean, ultimately, do you want Ribbon to grow past the partners, or are you perfectly happy with letting the partners use your tools, your services, your ingenuity to serve their customer base?
From our perspective, it's very important that we continue to nurture and focus on our channel partners, be they carriers or large ISVs. We've got the technology expertise. We've got over 400 patents in real-time communications. For us to leverage and continue to invest in technology and innovation, it's important that we leverage partners who have the reach and the scale that we don't have to get into the enterprise customers, right? An event like this, Enterprise Connect, is important for us to be able to showcase some of the things that we're doing with our partners on behalf of some of the largest customers. So I think you may have seen at the main stage yesterday, Monica Genet from Hertz Rental Car. She talked a little bit about what the project that we've been working on, 9,000 locations around the world, converting to all cloud communications, and they purchased that from IBM. And IBM is, of course, one of the biggest outsourcers of the world, IBM GTS organization. And Ribbon Communications, we work with them. They work with our Candy Business Solutions platform. We're actually putting that into the IBM cloud, and that now becomes IBM's UCaaS solution. And Hertz is the first big reference customer worldwide.
In a large way, I think the positioning of Ribbon makes you sort of the ideal vendor at Enterprise Connect, because yes, you've built a platform, yes, you've built tools that people can use or not use depending on what kind of solution they're trying to build out, but it also means that you're not beholden to a long list of legacy appliances or services. You build as demand increases.
That's right.
That's an interesting philosophy, especially when you look around the floor and you find those companies that in their own philosophies are pushing a particular product or pushing a particular philosophy of communications. You're not bound by that.
No, we find we've got a broad enough portfolio in terms of what we're able to provide either as a product or a service that we can add value across the board. One of the other announcements we made this week was with Amazon Chime, right? So they announced that they're getting into the Voice Connect business, and they certified our Session Border Controller as a device to make that happen. So from Amazon Chime, you can have PSTN connectivity in over 100 countries. Essentially, they're becoming, entering the market as a SIP trunking provider. So we're a technology company enabling them to be able to extend their reach and their service portfolio.
Right. And the fact that you are really enabling other companies to use your technology means that you're more flexible. And it means that you do get to focus a bit more on that innovation that you mentioned previously.
We do.
Speaking of the innovation, I always try to get a little something out of you every year because you're always pushing what's possible, and you're always pushing what the next tool will be. Can you give us a little glimpse? Where do you see the heat in the industry right now?
I see an awful lot of potential for us with contact center companies. Something that, you look at Twilio and introducing Twilio Flex, now becoming a competitive threat to a lot of the contact center companies. We'd love to work with most of the hosted contact center companies to be able to provide a WebRTC gateway, a link, really bridging the web world with the telecom world to make a more immersive experience for that call center agent. So if he or she is normally taking calls from an 800 number, they're not going to be taking calls coming in from a website. Once that call comes into them, they can promote it to a screen share, they can make it a video call. We can do an awful lot with a very light front end on top of a call center. So I think that's some place where you're going to see a lot more innovation coming.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to step back into your executive hat a little bit. And well, this industry is $500 billion, and it's growing. And I don't see an end to that anytime soon, because unified communications is being used everywhere, from the call center to the data center.
That's right.
Now, putting on your wizard's hat, taking out your crystal ball, of course, you've already talked about where you see the heat, especially in call center. And of course, you've already talked about where you've seen innovation in Ribbon and in your engineers. But what is the next threat to the industry? Or is there a next threat to the industry?
I think that the course and speed that we're on right now is, there's so much momentum. The only thing I can think is other more disruptive kind of players coming in to kind of change the landscape again. And that's really one of the things we're trying to do, is make sure that we can be in a technology enabling to help, if it's another CPaaS provider, to help make them better. I think that is probably the biggest threat to a lot of unified communications companies. If they don't have a CPaaS capability, the ability to embed communications into applications, they're going to be missing the market. So there really are three legs to the stool comes to enterprise communications to me. It's unified communications. You've got to have a very good platform. You've got to have CPaaS capability to be able to enhance what they're doing. And they have to have a hosted contact center capability as well. So if you're not firing on all three of those cylinders, I think there are enough players that are kind of wrapping their head around the fact that they, in order to maintain and defend their share that they have maybe in UCaaS, they have to have the other two legs of the stool as well. That's where the threat's going to be.
Right. And of course, the companies that will be able to adapt to that threat are those who are agile enough, like, for example, Ribbon.
Absolutely.
Patrick, thank you again. It is always a pleasure to speak with you. Now, of course, they should come to a show like Enterprise Connect. Our audience should be here speaking to your representatives, finding what kind of solutions Ribbon can offer them. But if they can't come to a show, where can they go online to find more?
Please join us at ribboncommunications.com.
Patrick, once again, I'll see you next year at Enterprise Connect 2020.
You will indeed. We'll be here.
And folks, you stay tapped, because we've got plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019.
You are the pro and natural at this.
I get the fun conversations. He has to worry about all the technical. I'm Father Robert Balacer, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. We love talking about disruptive forces in the UC market because disruptive forces are what force innovation, which is why I'm very happy to be speaking with Miss Julie Maresca. She is the Director of Large Enterprise Sales at Slack. Julie, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
As I mentioned, Slack, well, you bust onto the scene and you disrupted an established industry. You made companies panic, which is good because it means that they innovate. It means that they roll out new features. Now, since Slack has that in your lineage as a disruptive force, it was surprising to me to find out how many partnerships and how many places Slack has slowly spidered its way into the UC market.
Yeah, it has been really great to see our partner ecosystem grow. We have 1,500 out-of-the-box integrations with big partners like Salesforce and Workday and Okta, but we also have robust APIs and builder tools, so customers can really develop what they need to get done at Slack. So it really has transformed from a great place to communicate to really getting work done in Slack.
Exactly. Now, one of the things that I always found particularly interesting was the fact that Slack gets the kind of love out of the enterprise community that I typically only see from open source zealots.
Yeah.
So there's something magical, there's something special that Slack does in its formula that has encouraged a sort of loyalty. What is that? Why do you have Slack adherence?
Yeah, it is hard to sort of put your finger on it, but our mission is to make people's working lives simpler, more pleasant, and more productive. And that pleasant part, we really put an emphasis in or on right at the beginning. It's very playful, and we believe that Slack humanizes work culture. And we started as a freemium product, so we were able to learn a lot from customers and teams that just picked up and started using Slack. So that helped us iterate and make sure that people had a lot of fun using Slack, and we're really proud that our customers say it is a business application that they really love to use.
Let's continue on that, because one of the things I've seen through the various shows that I've done is, of course, enterprises love Slack. Small to medium businesses love Slack. But also those who have nothing to do with enterprise communications will use Slack to create these collaborative workspaces. And it's very rare, very, very rare to see a tool like that will bridge all the gaps. But my question to you would be, what kind of progression do you see? I mean, you've got the freemium product. How much transfer do you get from, say, the freemium with the person who is not part of a business to the small to medium business to the enterprise?
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly a very unique part of our business model. That freemium version definitely feeds into our larger enterprise deployments. Most customers that we work with start with small teams, maybe within an engineering or a tech group, and it's working really well, and then they invite the product team in, and it just starts growing virally. So that certainly is a big feeder for our business, and then the enterprise team comes in and really helps customers understand how they can move work into Slack, develop more use cases, and we do have a lot of fun customers and interesting use cases on Slack.
Oh, you can say that again. I know people who use Slack in ways that I never would have imagined.
Right.
But I don't know if maybe you could say what would be the perfect use case for you. Yes, I know there's no perfect use case because everyone will use it the best way they can. But if you're looking at it from a top-down view, what is the perfect user of Slack?
Yeah, that is really hard to say, but I'd say the folks that get the most out of it are the ones that are really leveraging the integrations and the partner ecosystem. We have customers like Lyft, who is traditionally known as consumer ride sharing, is moving into the business side, and so they have a sales team that is focused on developing corporate relations, and their sales team is dispersed all over the world, and they are using Slack to communicate, but they also integrated an application called Troops that connects Salesforce and Slack together, so they can update their pipeline, they can update their deal stages right in Slack, and their sales leaders have really enjoyed this because they have access to that information right away, and it's freed up their salespeople's time to go out and sell.
Yeah, that is another amazing part about Slack, which is most likely the companies that you love, the companies that you use, are probably using Slack in some way, and it's not even advertised.
Right.
Yeah.
We do have that viral component.
Okay, I've got to ask. I always ask my guests to put on their wizard's hat, to take out the crystal ball and take a look into the future. Slack was built by disrupting an industry. That's in your DNA. That's who you are. That's when you're at your best. So how is Slack going to disrupt Slack? You're an established player now. You're part of this ecosystem. You can walk this floor and find all the various partners that Slack will be involved with. Mm-hmm. But at some point, you're going to have to go past that comfortable zone. Where's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, we're constantly iterating our product. We've actually launched some security features here, but I think what's most interesting is this notion of your Slack team being able to communicate with people outside of their company. So we've launched something called external shared channels, in which two different Slack teams at two different companies can now create a shared channel and communicate to each other and really have a network effect. So I think it's less about the product and more about how we can continue to evolve communication and collaboration.
Okay, that's actually amazing. I love that. The next best communication tool you may have will be the one that allows your teams to communicate with people who are not actually part of your company.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Disruptive idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Julie, thank you for speaking with us. Thank you for sharing some of the Slack love with our audience. Now, of course, I'd love for them to be at Enterprise Connect. I'd love for them to be able to walk into your booth and speak with your representatives. But if they can't do that, where can they go to find out more about Slack, more about those integrations, more about how these future collaborations are going to change the way we do business?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find us at booth EC19 if you want to learn more here at Enterprise Connect. You can also go on our website, slack.com. And we are having our own Slack conference April 24th and 25th in San Francisco, Slack Frontiers. Great place to hear from our customers, learn more about what's coming at Slack, and that's slackfrontiers.com. So come see us there.
Julie, it was an absolute pleasure. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
And folks, stay tapped because we've got plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Balacer, the Digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. Now, one of the topics that you have not yet heard from any of our interviewees is 5G. And who better to have on talk about 5G than someone from Verizon. That's why I'm speaking with Mr. Jim Duncan. He is the Vice President of Global Advanced Solutions at Verizon. Jim, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. It's great to be here with you.
Now, 5G is one of these things that has become a bit confusing as of late. There's a lot of marketing speak, there's a lot of tech jargon being thrown in, and I'd like to take this time to sort of clear up exactly what 5G means for Verizon. So let's start with that. According to Verizon, what is 5G?
Well, it's not confusing for us, and I guess we can try to help make it more straightforward.
That's what we're looking
for everyone. But our firm is solely focused on being the best network as a service company in the world. 5G is a major, in fact, is the overriding strategy. But as you know, we're a large global carrier network as it stands, and so 5G just takes us to another level of capability in which we're going to be able to deliver services and solutions to customers that they couldn't even dream of today.
Let's talk about that capability, because some people are mistaken in thinking that 5G is, oh, it's just faster. It just means now that my phone, my tablet, my laptop,
Sure,
whatever it might be, can connect more quickly and transfer data more quickly. But that's not the case. 5G encompasses a series of technologies and protocols that allow for not just faster connectivity, but more ubiquitous connectivity. We're talking about the Internet of Things. We're talking about devices that are always connected. We're talking about devices that contribute to much more metrics, much more data on what's actually happening in the real world. How does Verizon want to position themselves to take advantage of that revolution?
Well, so to sort of demystify some of this, let's think about it in three primary use cases first. First, you have the primary use case of a consumer mobility product, right? What everyone uses today in society. The second use case is really bringing high-speed, low-latency connectivity to homes. And we're doing this in a number of markets around the country today, and you'll see that start to become more ubiquitous over the coming year, the rest of this year, and into the future. So that's going to bring high-speed broadband access to homes over the air. It's also going to bring media opportunities for content, over-the-top solutions, and so forth. So that moves us into a nationwide capability for those types of wireless broadband solutions in the home, which will unlock lots of different opportunities in the home itself. And then the third primary use case is really around fixed wireless access for enterprises. And so that use case will really change dramatically how services are delivered to businesses and enterprises around the U.S. and, of course, around the world. And so we think about it in those three primary use cases. And, of course, there's a lot of sophistication underneath those use cases and things that will change the way we operate, the way we function in society, the way we operate in business. The things that you can do in your home will be very different. You mentioned IoT. So we think about 5G in terms of 8 currencies. And we won't go through all 8, but the ones that sort of relate to your question, very high capacity, ultra low latency, think in terms of 10 milliseconds. Mass sensorization is one of the currencies, right? So this mass sensorization of connectedness of all things, which is going to create many, many different new business models and new opportunities for the way work is done. It will change the way we think about it. We're already connecting so many things, but the forecast for how that will change over the next coming years is a very steep curve. It will change the device that you have. So one of the things that will happen is, today, a mobile device that you carry around is really a pretty sophisticated computer, right, with a lot of processing power. What you'll see in the future is that you're going to have very long battery life, and the mobile device will become a sophisticated display. And this is going to change something else, which is one of the currencies, which is our ability to deliver compute capabilities from the edges of the network. This is a really super exciting part of the 5G transformation, because when you move the compute out of the device and into the edge of the network, you can dramatically change the capabilities and the things that you're able to do with that device. It's a limiting factor today. And so when you start to couple these currencies together, complete new business models will be created, new ways of working, new ways of enabling workforce productivity, new ways of just basically doing business in completely different ways that, frankly, are not practical today. So these are some of the things that are going to happen as a result of 5G. That's why we think of it in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, because it's that type of significant paradigm shift. It's not a progression in terms of, 1G, 2G, 3G, and then 4G and then 5G is just sort of in this linear progression. 5G is a dramatic step function change, and the capabilities that it's going to deliver are dramatically different than what we do today.
And as a networking person, a networking engineer, that's what gets me excited, because, and thank you for explaining it to our audience, 5G isn't just, it's another G faster. It's an actual change of how we're going to design networks.
It is.
It's a change of how we're going to expect and what we're going to expect out of the capability of the devices that we carry with us.
Yes.
Because if I can get that ubiquitous communication, and if I can get devices talking to one another, it means I design my network differently.
That's right.
It means I can expect more from my field workers. It means that there's no longer those times in which I have to stand alone, and that really changes the way that I work.
It does.
I remember Verizon made a big push the last 2 years on going mobile first.
Yes.
This is beyond mobile first. This is mobile everywhere now.
This is really, and some of the things that people don't talk about is that 5G has also created this need for us to deliver expansive new fiber resources. So we're building, we have the world's largest construction project going on right now, and that's this fiber build out necessary to deliver the capabilities that 5G will offer. So this fiber build out also changes some of the ways that we work. And if you think about this conference, we're talking about collaboration and the way people work, how they use work tools. Everything that we do today is really a network reliant workload. If you think about how work is shifted to clouds, compute that used to be done in data centers of our customers, if you think about how we use collaboration tools and communication tools, they're all cloud driven. Customer experience platforms, all moving to the cloud. All of these things rely on a fantastic performance, a fantastic experience, relying on how that network infrastructure and fabric delivers that experience. Without that, these experiences become less than satisfactory. Right. So what we're doing is this incredible investments in our infrastructure to deliver 5G, also create incredible capabilities inside of that fabric. We talk about software-defined networking and the capabilities that delivers. Everything inside of the Verizon infrastructure is becoming software-defined. Those capabilities bring to life the capabilities that are being demonstrated at today's show. I mean, that's how you bring those workloads to life with the right network performance on the right workload at the right time. That's how it's done.
And that's actually, again, what gets me excited, because when I hear an executive talk about the building out of infrastructure, rather than some of the more blinky, dazzly parts of the technology, that lets me know that, no, they're thinking 2, 3, 5, 10 years down the road. Right. Because the laying out of that fiber, it's not glamorous, it's ridiculously expensive, but it does mean that when people start to realize what 5G can do for their business and pushing out past the edges, then Verizon's ready. Yeah. You don't have to build out the infrastructure. You've built out the infrastructure.
That's right. I mean, and these things don't happen because somebody decided in a strategy room. These happen over a long period of time, and so we've been making these investments for years to be ready for this this moment where this fourth industrial revolution is beginning to happen. So it happens over time, but our brand and our commitment to customers is really around the quality of the experience and the capabilities that we deliver. You know, customers count on Verizon to be the best experience, and we really believe that our solutions that are delivered above the network on Verizon's network capabilities, it really is the best experience, and that's really what we're focused on.
Jim, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for dropping that knowledge in our
thank you,
audience.
Robert.
Because again, it's easy to get caught up in a lot of the marketing. It's nice to hear someone actually say, forget the marketing, here's what it actually means in terms of capabilities and what needs to happen between now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
now,
been great to see you.
If you could, please tell our folks where they can find more information. Of course, they'd want to come to a show like Enterprise Connect to speak with representatives, but if they just want to get a bit more information about Verizon's 5G build-out, where's the best place for them to go?
Well, you absolutely can go to Verizon.com. There's a tremendous amount of information there. You know, our CEO, Hans Vestberg, has been very outspoken. There's an incredible number of YouTube videos and other media clips that you can look at and what we're doing. And you could hear a little bit more about the 8 currencies of 5G and the way we're thinking about it. And it would help, I think, folks better understand how we're thinking about the different things that 5G is going to be able to do rather than just a faster smartphone, right? And I think that's important. But in fact, what's really interesting is at Mobile World Congress, at CES, excuse me, Hans offered a challenge. And that was a challenge that in the consumer space, in the enterprise space, or a transformational idea, the best idea that is offered up through this challenge will win $1 million to fund the development of that idea. And it's called the 5G Challenge. So we are 100% committed to this space, and we need great innovation and the great ideas and capabilities that folks like at a show like this are thinking about to really make 5G come to life for our customers.
There you have it, everything you needed to know about 5G, but were afraid to ask. I'm Father Robert Ballister, the Digital Jesuit. Stay tabbed, because we still have more from Enterprise Connect 2019.
Thanks so much.
I'm Father Robert Ballester, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. And I have the privilege of once again speaking with one of my favorite fast people. By fast, I mean, of course, Zoom. This is Ms. Janelle Rainey. She is the head of product marketing at Zoom. Janelle, thank you for coming back again to speak with us.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Now, Zoom has had a few interesting announcements over the course of the show in the last couple of months. Tell me a little bit about the Zoom phone. Where is that on your roadmap?
Yeah, we actually launched it in January. It was announced at Zoomtopia in October. And the reason why we went into this market was really driven by customer demand. They've trusted us with their audio and video and the reliability we've had in the meetings, and they wanted that entire solution from one provider. So we introduced Zoom Phone, and it's been exceeding expectations.
Absolutely, and part of that is because the Zoom Phone, it's not a completion, but it's definitely the next step in the overall thought process of Zoom. You've got the Zoom Rooms. You're increasing the use of intelligence inside of your products, and I think a phone service just makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go from a chat to a phone call. You can elevate that phone call into a video meeting as well. So having it all integrated together makes a lot of sense. So some of the announcements we made this week around Zoom Phone was that you could elevate it into that video meeting. Also that we have our integrations with contact center partners like Five9 and Twilio. And we've checked off the list that we now have the Salesforce integration as well.
All right. Oh, if you were to walk past the Zoom booth, first of all, you notice that you're a double-decker this year, so congratulations.
Thank you.
It means that something is going really, really right at Zoom, but also you're showing off rooms.
Yes.
You've got the idea of the purpose-built meeting space. What is Zoom's philosophy on building out the perfect meeting space?
Yeah, I mean, that was Eric's vision from the beginning, right? That video meetings would work across mobile, conference rooms, desktops, wherever you are, we're going to meet you with that video. And it's become really important for companies today who have remote workers, open workspaces, that everybody can collaborate on a level playing field, so everybody can be on video, no matter where you are. So it's everything from the boardroom and training rooms to huddle spaces. So what we're showing in our booth is a lot of the huddle solutions, and we've worked with partners like Logitech, Poly, Crestron, HP to bring together these kits to make it really easy to buy and to deploy, and to do that at scale. To buy 500 rooms and figure out the hardware for that is complicated. So we have that single solution with these partners, but then we also have the open hardware ecosystem, where if you have a trickier room, say you have glass walls or a training room, you want to be able to select your hardware from that, and you can work with AV integrators or professional services to figure that solution out. So you can come by our booth and see all those different solutions.
What I like about what Zoom has been showing off here is when you're talking about building out rooms at scale, or when you're talking about supporting something like the Zoom Phone and mobile devices, it means that Zoom's not tying you to a particular way of thinking about communications. Yes, you're going to want a room, a purpose-built room. Yes, you're going to want mobile devices. Yes, you're going to want service on anything you're currently using. But that also means that Zoom has to maintain a certain amount of agility.
Yes.
Because you're not just a room vendor, because you're not just a phone vendor, because you're not just a service vendor, it means that, well, you kind of have to be master of all trades.
Well, we are, but we really core to what we do well, and that's your video and your audio, and that's going to work across any of those solutions, the rooms, the phone, the meetings, webinars, wherever you are with that. And we have an open system. So we have an app marketplace, so we have integrations with things like Salesforce, LinkedIn, any of your calendar systems. We have a Teams integration with Microsoft. So really, whatever tools or solutions you're using, we're going to make that seamless so you can bring your meetings into that.
I want to move into something that's a bit more forward-looking, and that's the use of AI, the use of intelligence. It's big. Now, what I like about this is a few years ago, AI was just thrown into the conversation as a buzzword. It's a buzz term. It's something that you threw in because everyone had to have an AI product. But what we're starting to see now is companies actually taking a real part of that intelligence, not just AI, but AI that's good at X or AI that's good at Y. Where is Zoom using intelligence in its products?
Yeah, it's a great question, and AI is a bit of a buzzword. What we really try to do is focus on that customer experience, the user experience, and how can AI improve that. So we really use it just as a technology. It's a tool, right, with that. So you have everything from our virtual backgrounds. You're actually using AI to get your outline to put a virtual background behind you with no green screen. We work with partners like Siri and Alexa to do voice commands to bring into the meeting. And then what we just showed Monday was bringing in real-time transcripts. So we were first to the market of having transcripts on your recorded meetings in the cloud, but we were also the first to show it in the meeting. And with that, we've done beyond just having the closed caption transcript, you also have a panel to the side. So if you're 5 minutes late to that meeting, which happens, it happens, you can just go and read and catch up really quickly with what's going on. You can go search that for, oh, what did you say 5 minutes ago? And pull that up. So we're really trying to make that useful. And then, we'll see where we take that in the future, whether that's with meeting notes or action items, and then how do you make that work in the whole workflow. So I think there's some really exciting things with intelligence and AI.
And not just exciting things, but things that are actually useful.
Yes.
I mean, the idea of automatic transcriptions, the idea of being able to go back to that part of the call that speaks specifically about what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, that in itself, it's not a fancy use of AI, but it's a proper use of AI.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. And then even in the meeting rooms, you can do people tracking. So I can count how many people are in the room, I can get an average of that room over time, and then I can use that in my space planning in the future. Yeah. So really trying to use AI in a very purposeful way.
Oh, where is this heading? I mean, of course, Zoom has been growing by leaps and by bounds. Every year that you're at Enterprise Connect, you seem to have something new, something different, something that almost changes the focus of the company. So where is Zoom in 2020?
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see for sure. Our engineering team's amazing. They release about 200 features every year. And we have our roadmap, but a lot of that is driven by customers. We always leave about a 20% buffer for our engineers to just work on customer requests. So, we're going to go where our customers want us to go.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Janelle, I want to thank you so very much for spending time with us. I know you're busy. I know we're getting close to the end of the show here, but it's always good to hear a refresh from, one of the champions on the show floor. Now, of course, the best place for people to try Zoom, to try your solutions, to try the phone, to see what a purpose-built room looks like, is to come to a show like Enterprise Connect, to speak to a representative. But if they can't do that, where can they go online to find more information?
Yeah, if you just want to visit us at zoom.us, be sure to follow our blog. That's where we put out all of our latest news, too.
Thank you again for your time, and thank you for stopping by. Don't forget that we've got plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Ballester, the Digital Jesuit, here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. Oh, if you walk the halls of Enterprise Connect, you'll see companies that deal with UC, companies you expect to be on the forefront of communication technologies, and there's one giant of the industry who maybe you don't understand is a major force behind unified communications. That's why I'm speaking with Mr. Brian Krasik. He is the Senior Director of Product Marketing at Oracle. Brian, thank you very much for joining us again.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's fun to be with a digital Jesuit.
Yeah,
it's not too many times I get the opportunity to be with someone like that, so I appreciate it.
Well, we get to do it once a year. So,
it's once a year. I enjoy
it.
the relationship, absolutely.
Oracle is doing a few things to be a bit disruptive, and we love disruptive because disruptive means innovation. Whenever someone comes in, especially a big player like Oracle, and does something that the people don't expect, it forces everyone to sort of scramble and reevaluate. What are the trends that Oracle has picked up on, and how are you disrupting UC?
So there's really three primary trends that we're seeing in the marketplace right now. One is cloud, but cloud's been around forever, but it's really multi-cloud. It's about real-time applications moving to the cloud, it's about enterprise applications moving to the cloud, and Oracle has an enterprise application cloud, Microsoft, Amazon, so on and so forth. And our enterprise customers are leveraging all of those, not just a single cloud. So that's an important disruptor, if you will. The other one is really around distributed IT. You think about branch banks, remote offices, retail stores. These are all very interesting when you talk networking. The third one is really, we started with BYOD, and then we went to bring your own workforce, and now to me, it's about the plug-in workforce. Because we're dealing with millennials now. They're only going to work when they want to work, and they're going to plug in when they want to do that, and unplug after that. So when we look at that, we look at how do you create that high quality experience, how do you elevate the network to give that UC application what it needs. We talk about our relationship with Microsoft and Microsoft Teams. How do we secure that?
Now that's going to sound disruptive for this conference because I think you're the only vendor that's actually focusing on those issues. But really, if you think about it, it's just a natural evolution of what we've been doing. For years and years, Enterprise Connect has been about UC, about pushing the branch, pushing out the field worker. Oracle is saying, okay, once you've done that, what are you going to do? Do you have the actual infrastructure to support that? Do you have the systems built up so that you can take advantage of that worker in the field, or the fact that your branch is now more connected than ever? And it's got to start with the SD-WAN. I mean, that's the key to making this an actual productive thing rather than just an auditing.
Well, listen, when you're trying to deal with this disruption, you have to rethink how you do networking. How do you do your enterprise network? SD-WAN is a huge piece of that. It's very critical because we're providing, and we just went out and acquired Talari Networks, made them part of the Oracle brand. There's about 70 different SD-WAN vendors in the marketplace, but we did extensive research and we went out and we bought the best technology. We bought somebody with a strong mid-market presence, and we have a very strong enterprise Fortune 1000 presence. We're looking to combine that and really start to make great things happen from a networking point of view. Overlaying SD-WAN onto your existing environments, using commodity-based internet, lower price, total cost of ownership, and making it MPLS grade and class. So you have that reliability you need for applications with a lot of jitter, for things where you get bandwidth constraints and you have packet loss. So what happens if we're talking over any type of UC application and we start to see video cutout or packet loss, or then my voice is delayed? These are all things that become critical whether you're reaching your external customers or working internally within your organization. So you have to have that reliability. You have to have that quality of experience. And the other piece is you have to have the security. And that's been the long-standing stronghold for us, as we're the #1 provider of session border controllers in the globe, right? And we're really building off of these foundational elements to start to rock the world.
Now that's a good 10,000-foot view, but I want to take it all the way to the ground because, yes, it makes sense. Of course I'm going to want my network to be able to dynamically allocate resources as they are required. Of course I'm going to want to make sure that my sessions are secured because, well, who doesn't want to have the communication secured? But how does that actually work in the field? How would that work between, say, the headquarters and a branch office? In Oracle's world, how do all those technologies change the way I work?
Okay, so when we take a look at that, let's look at, I don't care whether you're a branch bank, like I said, or retail or what have you. We're going to want to consume your voice. Still, a majority of traffic is voice, but then there's things that come through that are not voice. So as it comes over your SIP trunk, you're going to hit into our sessions, and we're going to secure those through SBCs. We're going to then monitor that and understand and start to learn your network. Really learn your network and start to figure out from a fraud perspective what's happening inside the norm and outside the norm. And as we advance this and start to look at that, we're going to take that and we're going to start to put that in the cloud. So not only am I going to start to learn your network, but I'm going to take that, I'm going to start to learn other people's networks, and I have that information, larger data lakes, and now I'm going to start to make it predictive, applying AI and ML. And then I make it automated. That changes how you work. That changes how we network. That becomes very strong from a security perspective. I'm also then taking that traffic, and whether it goes to a single cloud or multiple clouds, and I'm looking at, I view us as from an SD-WAN perspective as the ways for traffic. I'm always looking for the best way to route your traffic, whether it's an MPLS circuit or internet. And I'm pinging, I'm bouncing, finding the signals, figuring out the best route. And even in measuring every packet, and even in flight of that conversation that you and I are having, we can reroute and make sure you don't have a bad quality of experience.
So it's not just about being able to dynamically allocate resources. It's not just about being able to monitor what's happening on your network. It's also including enough intelligence so that those decisions can be made automatically.
If you're not considering intelligence, if you're not working towards automation and predictability, then I think you're falling behind. And we're putting together the foundational elements to help you succeed as you go roll out your initiatives.
One last question, and that is, considering where Oracle is heading, and it seems like a very clear roadmap to me, where does this end up in 5 years? And you're pushing intelligence into a system that better understands what we actually do with our networks, what our workers are actually doing to be productive. So what's next? I mean, it sounds as if that could be an ultimate, but you've got to be pushing forward, always pushing forward.
I think what's next is, again, let's take it step by step. Let's take it step by step. Moving data and information. Learning from that data and information. Then getting predictive about it. So I have to be able to consume it. I have to be able to analyze it. I have to be able to automatically set policies so I can react to it. Fighting this game it's not about manual intervention anymore. It's going to be about automative and predictive. So let me consume it from all sources. Let me analyze it, not in isolation, but across a larger set of data, and let me automate those policies.
Yeah. Brian, thank you again for spending time with us. It's always enlightening every time you stop by the booth. Hopefully I'll see you again at Enterprise Connect 2020. Now, of course, they need to stop by an event like Enterprise Connect to talk to your representative, to actually see what these solutions look like. But if they can't do that, where do they go online to find more?
Hey, you can go to Oracle Communication, oracle.com/communications, and learn about our SD-WAN, learn about our enterprise networking products, and we look forward to seeing you online or here in person.
Thanks again, Brian. Thanks for your time and knowledge, and thank you for stopping by. Don't forget that we've got plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Ballester, the Digital Jesuit, here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. When you hear about APIs, you probably think of developers, you think of programmers, you think of those people who have the technical acumen to make sure they can develop a solution out of those APIs. But what if I told you that there's one vendor on this floor who's trying to make APIs accessible to everybody? And that vendor, of course, is AT&T. That's why I'm speaking with Mr. Gregory Johnson. He is the Director of Voice and Collaboration at AT&T. Gregory, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Well, thank you for having me.
Now, I am absolutely, wonderment at this idea of taking APIs, of taking these programming interfaces and making them accessible to everyone. Tell me, what exactly did AT&T announce on Monday?
So this week we announced the introduction of the AT&T API Marketplace. So the API Marketplace is a platform for real-time communication APIs. So we're intentionally taking the approach. We're not only marketing and talking to software developers, but we feel like we need to soften that discussion in the industry. The word API can be a bit imposing for non-technical people. So we're primarily talking to businesses that have problems that need to be solved through software. So we believe the communication APIs will solve some of those problems, and we're really focused on solutions, not just the APIs and talking directly to the technical developers. That's a very important community, and we're also speaking to them, but we're intentionally softening the discussion around how to implement APIs and how to use the APIs to solve business problems.
I like the softening of this discussion about APIs because, let's be honest, for the longest time, business devs have been getting away with saying, well, I could do that with the APIs. And then you have managers who say, okay, that's great, but I don't know what that means. What does it mean for me to be able to solve this particular problem or to create a particular solution with the APIs? What you're saying is you're going to make this accessible to them. You're going to allow them to say, here's an idea, how can I actually make this work?
Of course. So, of course, with the communication APIs, we offer the standard communication APIs for voice, video, chat, and messaging. But also what we feature on the AT&T API Marketplace are what we call turnkey applications and APIs. These are a bit more pre-packaged and include multiple APIs. For example, our Click to Connect turnkey application includes voice, video, messaging, and chat capabilities, and it's packaged, a bit more pre-packaged, and it allows for much easier and faster development and integration. And there's quite a few use cases from that, ranging from contact center to maybe an internet retail application. So we want to speed our solution to market by using some of these turnkey APIs, and we think that's a significant differentiator for AT&T.
All right, I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second here, and as a programmer myself, as an engineer, I might look at this and I might listen to what you're saying about softening the edge on the APIs, and I'll say, well, so that means that the APIs won't really be able to do what I want them to do, right? If it's a turnkey API solution, it means I can't actually get the flexibility that I expect out of an API package. That's not what you're saying.
Not at all. So even if we offer the turnkey, if you select the turnkey API, they're highly customizable. There's aspects of that turnkey that you may want to take or you may not. And it also means that you don't have to throw out your entire solution for whatever the application you're inserting the communication APIs. So it's a la carte and it's completely over the top. You can take the pieces that you would like to implement, but you don't have to implement the entire suite within that turnkey.
All right, let's take this to the practical level. Let's say I'm a manager. I have technical experience. I understand solutions. I've deployed a few things through my managers, but I don't really have a deep understanding of how APIs work. How do I use AT&T's API Marketplace to deliver a solution for my department?
In fact, we meet lots of customers that their core business is not technical. They have business problems that they're looking for solutions. So if for those customers, we tell them you don't need to be a technical expert. So as part of our go-to-market strategy and plan, you can hire AT&T in our network integration and consulting organization. We can design it, we can develop it, we can implement it, and we can support it for you. So all you have to do is to have a problem that needs solving, and if you think communication APIs can solve that problem for you, AT&T will do that for you. We have a unique offer called Developer for Hire, and Developer for Hire means that we will find those resources for you. And if you choose to have AT&T design, develop, and implement those services, we can certainly do that. But if you need help finding a developer to translate your specific requirements, our Developer for Hire product would be the best solution.
It sounds to me like this is a product that is going to expand, because yes, you need those managers, you need those businesses that are looking for a way to use APIs that is a bit more custom tailored to what they do, to their use case. But you're also going to encourage those people who are going to start developing with AT&T, with this API marketplace. How far does this grow? I mean, this sounds like something that's got legs. Where do you see this program in a year, 2 years, 5 years?
So very good question. So the AT&T marketplace, you'll see additional capabilities, APIs, and turnkeys added on a pretty frequent basis. So it's just the start. So we like to think of the AT&T API marketplace, think of it as the app store for APIs. And so what we're going to do is that we're going to do all the research, we're going to find the best APIs in the market or turnkey applications, and we're going to seek those out and we're going to feature those on the marketplace. So we'll take a lot of the guesswork out of searching the market, trying to find the best, most robust, reliable APIs. AT&T will do the homework for you. So whenever you see one of those APIs or turnkeys featured on the AT&T API marketplace, you will know we'll stand behind it with our reputation, our reliability, and our scalability.
You know, what you've just told my audience is that AT&T has created a UC playground that they should go in and just test, see what kind of capabilities are contained within. Now, if they wanted to start doing that, if there's developers out there who want to see what the APIs can do, if there are business managers who want to see what those turnkey solutions look like, is there a place on the web that they can go to actually start trying them?
Sure. You can go to the apimarket.att.com. You can create a free trial account, and you can actually start to play around and trial around with some of those APIs and see how it fits into your application. When you're ready to go to production, you can upgrade your account to a paid account, and then you can incorporate those APIs or turnkey application into your application, start to use it and consume it.
Fantastic. Gregory, I want to thank you so very much for taking the time to speak with us, speaking with our audience. Now, of course, you're going to want to try to find AT&T at an event like Enterprise Connect, but if they can't, they got to go to the API marketplace. They've got to try it out. At the very minimum, they have to see what AT&T is bringing to the field. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying with us. Don't forget that there's plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Balacer, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. One of the pleasures of doing this event over the years is that you get to see players reinvent themselves. As technologies change, as efficiencies change, you get to see the legacy companies look at what is new, what is needed, and then they try to change and meet those needs, which is why it is an absolute pleasure to speak with a representative from one of the companies that I knew at the very beginning of the UC revolution from Avaya. We are speaking with Mr. Mike Cooch. He is the Senior Director of Product Marketing at Avaya. Mike, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you for having us. We really appreciate you having us, and we appreciate coming to the show year in, year out.
Absolutely. And now, Avaya has done something interesting. I only know one other company on the floor that is trying to take a similar approach, and that is you're taking two pieces of the puzzle, UC and call center, and you're saying, no, they're not two, they belong together.
Yes, we've seen this time and time again from our customers. Going out there and looking at it, before there was a hard wall between the CC and the rest of the world. Now these customers are saying, you know what, it doesn't make sense any longer. The modalities of communication have changed. People want to communicate on the fly. You call up a call center and you say, I need a resolution of my billing, right? Before it was, let me take your name and number and I'll send an email. And 5 days later, I'll call you. That's not how people do business today. That's not the right way to do customer service. So they need to extend that call center out to the rest of the company, whether it is into the accounting, whether it's into engineering, whether it is into sales, it doesn't matter. So that way they can get the instant resolution. Maybe they'll call a call center that's based in the United States and they only have English skill set, but they know somebody in the accounting department that speaks Portuguese. Somebody calls in, we need to bring them online immediately. It's all of these sort of scenarios that need to happen. And at Avaya, we're going out there and we're taking that wall and we're breaking that wall down and we're integrating our contact center, our UC, into a single user experience that allows the customer to have everything all together.
This is one of those trends that I hope we start to see everywhere. There was a panelist at a session on Monday who said that the average call center worker has to open 6 or 7 apps on their computer in order to do a complete call, in order to get all the communications to where they needed to be. And it just doesn't make sense. As you said, it's like, wait a minute, why am I firewalling? Why am I siloing these departments when information needs to flow between them? Now, give me a bit more about Avaya's particular flavor of breaking down those silos.
So you're going to start seeing UC and our CC applications, our core applications, start merging together. And that's really where we're going to start breaking down those walls. And it's going to make things so much easier from an analytic point of view, from an AI point of view. So now you have a bigger data set and being able to better inform that customer, better bring everything together. And it's going to make things so much more streamlined.
Yeah. Oh, for those who are listening to this and maybe they have a difficulty picturing it, can you give me a case? What does the traditional separate CC and call center look like compared to what Avaya is trying to do?
Sure. A separate, it's usually a different phone number. You call 1-800 tech support and 1-800 corporate, right? You can't even transfer a call 9 times out of 10 between the two of them. They're on a different platform. They don't talk to each other. There's no unified communication. I can't escalate somebody up from a phone call to a video call or even starting with chat up to a phone call. But what happens now is we're going to say no. We're going to be running on a single platform using single applications and being able to say, I'll start off with IM with tech support. And tech support says, send me some information. And then I'm going to go, give me a screenshot. All right, hey, you know what? I need to bring on a tier 3 engineer. And that engineer will just jump onto that call and say, hey, there's that screenshot. There's all that text that was going on. So it's all immersive, and it's all done from a single platform. And that's really what's going to break down those barriers.
Well, speaking of breaking down those barriers, you're also breaking down business plans, because this is not just a new product. This is not just a new feature release. This actually fundamentally changes the way that Avaya pitches unified communications. So what's this going to look like next year? How does this affect Avaya's offerings?
So it's going to change things because we're going to be talking to different people. Before you had contact center gurus and you had UC gurus, we're getting driven these requirements from the line of business people. The line of business people are going out there and saying, I can't have all of this going on. I can't have this wall. So now it's going to be going out there and talking to that line of business, maybe the head of HR, maybe the head of marketing, maybe the head of sales, going out there and saying, guess what? You have sales opportunities that are getting lost in your contact center. You could have done an upsell. Somebody comes in there and says, hey, I want this, that, or whatever. Contact center person says, I'm done. Click, right? Thank you very much. Versus, hey, let me conference in a telesales person immediately, and because you have an opportunity to upsell them maybe a higher subscription plan, maybe more features and functionality. So these are the things people are looking for, a new way to get ahead, a new way to be immersive with their customers. This is what's going to change the difference. What make the difference?
Mike, I absolutely love listening to anything that I think is going to disrupt the market, and this is one of these things that it may be a small spark right now, but it's going to start sweeping through the entire marketplace. Every vendor here at some point is going to have to start saying, how am I going to do this? How am I going to implement this? It's nice to hear that Avaya is doing it now.
Yeah, and we're uniquely positioned because we're already in both sides.
Yeah.
And that's, there's a few other companies out there that can do this, but this is where those other guys need to start thinking about it. It's like, how do I get to the next place? And we're already there. We're already going out there and saying, we're in a contact center, we're in the UC, now let's bring them together.
Of course, the best place for people to find out more about your approach is to come to a show like Enterprise Connect,
yes,
to meet your representatives, to actually be walked through what this new reality is going to look like. But if they can't do that, where can they go online to find out more?
Sure. Obviously, go to our avaya.com. There's a great webpage. We just rebranded it, just was launched in January. Go there and you'll be able to find all the information you're looking for.
Mike, thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. Be sure to stay tabbed because we've got plenty more from Enterprise Connect 2019. Better than speaking to an old partner who are tech giants in Plantronics and Polycom, and the new company is Poly. I'm speaking with Miss Amy Barzduka. She is the Executive Vice President and the Chief Marketing Officer of the new company called Poly. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us again.
It is a pleasure to be here again.
Now, we have to start with the merger because it was one of these things where when people first heard about it, they're like, wait, what? You've got Polycom, undoubtedly one of the leaders in the design of telephony. You've got Plantronics, who makes everything from the headset that I'm currently using to edit these shows, all the way down to the workplace headsets that connect to your desktop phone. Explain why that marriage happened.
Well, the original business strategy behind this was that by coming together, we could create the only end-to-end provider of everywhere the communication cloud touches the person, whether it's on their body or in the room. And we could use that then to build the experiences that people are wanting and really focusing on that human experience.
Right. And it's weird because as I started thinking about the merger, when I first read about it, I started thinking, actually, more than any other merger, this makes sense. The customers that they address are the same. The devices are almost designed the same. The color schemes are almost the same. So it's one of these marriages that once it happened, once the merger was complete, people just said, okay, yeah.
Makes sense.
I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, we heard that from our customers and from our partners alike.
Yeah. Now, let's go a little deeper than that. With any merger, it's not just going to happen because it sounds like a good idea. It's going to happen because there are certain efficiencies that are gained. There's a synergy between the companies. What was it between the two that the bigwigs, like the executives, saw and said, this makes sense?
Well, I think we saw certainly synergies in people who wanted to buy phones and headsets. And both Polycom and Plantronics had gotten questions from customers saying, can't you just make phones, headsets, so we can buy from one? So there's a natural synergy there. We also have natural synergies in how we talk to our customers when we sell them through the channel. And what we're seeing now as we've come together is we're building synergies in the products themselves. For example, one of the announcements, one of the many announcements we made here this week, is the ability to use our VVX phones as the route to update your headset. So in the past, if you have a headset and you want to update the firmware or the settings, you would have to unplug it and then plug it into a PC. Well, if your phone, because this is all cloud, if your phone is already connected to the cloud, why do you have to unplug your... So now we've brought those so that we really are having a better together story where the solutions make each other better.
I mean, just that alone makes it worth it for me. If all of my devices can get over-the-air updates automatically because they're connected to my network, because they're connected to my phone, that cuts down remarkably on the work I have to do through an enterprise.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's pull away from that and talk a little bit about what Poly has been doing on the show floor, because you haven't been idle. It hasn't just been, this is who we are, this is what we have. You have made a record number of partnerships.
Yes.
What's going on? It's as if Poly wants to be in every single booth.
Well, that would be fine with us to be in every single booth, but we do in fact have a record number of partnerships that we are announcing here. It has always been the case, and part of the premise of bringing the two together is that we can be that uniting force. So if you walk into a conference room and you need to start a meeting, the device is familiar and similar regardless of which cloud you're using. So we've long been a partner with Microsoft. It's a tremendous partnership. So we announced new endpoints for Teams with our new CCX phones. We announced just before the show with LogMeIn that we're supporting them, and you can have a great experience with our endpoints. We made an announcement yesterday with Google, another announcement yesterday with Amazon, and of course we continue to be great partners with RingCentral and 8x8 and a whole bunch of the other folks that are here. So it is part of our strategy to really work well with all of these partners, and the goal then is that the customers have a simpler, easier experience.
Now let's talk about that strategy, because Plantronics had they had, well, the corner of a market. They had a niche that was incredibly well defined, that people knew Plantronics is the device to use. The same thing could be said about Polycom. People understood, okay, Polycom, it's that independent telephony device manufacturer that makes phones that we actually enjoy, that works with everything. Now that you've put them together, does that expand the marketplace? Does that make it so that each one focuses on what they do best? Or is this going to be something that 5 years down the line, we're going to be saying, wow, Poly has really expanded from just end to end to end to end to end?
So that is certainly the goal. And part of how we describe what we're doing today is that we are the end-to-end provider for the endpoints. And then there's our cloud, which provides the management, the data, and the analytics that over time gets smarter and smarter and smarter. So today we have data analytics where in a contact center, you can know if somebody is being exposed to too many decibels of sound and needs to take a break. That's super important in a lot of places, right? But we also have the data to be able to say with our habitat soundscaping, this corner of your office is very loud. There's a lot of people there. This corner of the office isn't. And then you can look at your office and see, are people not using the space as well as they should? Do you need to make other adjustments so you're maximizing your investment? And then there's data that lets us know if people are being productive and how they're using the rooms. And I think that's really important because it's not that we want to give you the data so you can whip your users into working harder and harder and harder. When we say productive, we also mean that your users are more relaxed, that they're having a better day, that they're happier to be at work and to be at the office. And ultimately, that is when the great stuff happens, when people invent and inspire and really create, is when they are their best selves. That's our goal.
You know, it's said often that the best companies at Enterprise Connect focus on experience more than they do on product. But in the case of Poly, I think you're in a unique position to actually do that. Since you can gather those metrics, you really can look at, well, how is the user using my headset? Is he or she taking it on or off every 5 minutes? How loud is it? How much sound have they been exposed to throughout the day? That's not just a good business plan. That's a great narrative.
Awesome. Well, we believe in it. I think in many ways we've moved into a post-spec world. If you pick up your iPhone or your Android phone or whatever, people love their phones. Ask them, how many megapixels is that camera? They don't know. Is it their favorite camera? You bet, right? And I think as we're moving into that world where people are really focused on the experience, that is an opportunity for us to really shine.
It's Poly and the post-spec world. I love it. Amy, thank you so very much for taking the time to speak with us. And thank you for really bringing us into the new company, because it's interesting to read about. It's more fascinating to listen to. Now, of course, if people want to see what Poly is up to, they should come to a show like this. They should actually look at the hardware. They should speak to a representative. They should ask about what it might be able to do for their call center. But if they can't do that, where can they go online to find out more information about the new Poly?
That would be www.poly.com.
Again, Amy, thank you for your time and for your wisdom.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your attention. Be sure to stay tabbed, because we've got more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Balacer, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019 in Orlando, Florida. And I have the pleasure of speaking with Miss Caroline Sutton. She is the Senior Manager Product Marketing at Bandwidth. Caroline, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Bandwidth has been here several times. I've actually spoken with Bandwidth representatives, but you've got something new this year. Let's start off with a press release you had last week about increasing local availability. What is Bandwidth doing on the local level?
Yeah, so we're really excited about it. The messaging space is just exploding. There's so much interest in messaging, and what this new press release talks about is opening up availability of local numbers to send mass burst messaging traffic. There's been lots of workarounds on this for years, but there's never really been a right way to do it. So this new API will give you one API call and give you access to a sanctioned channel to send these burst marketing, promotions, alerts, notifications, types of messages on the SMS channel with great deliverability. So it's the type of deliverability that you only see in short codes or toll-free messaging today, brought to your local number. So we're really excited about what this can bring to the enterprise.
Right, because we've all experienced those sort of mass texts, but as you mentioned, they're kludges, they're workarounds. And when they're kludges, when they're workarounds, you get people who are upset. You get people who are not getting their message. You get people who are wondering why they're on that particular message list. The fact that you can bring it all together and put it under one professional interface, that makes it actually useful.
Exactly, and it's all in a simple API, so it's totally customizable. Any type of platform can get in, make one simple API call, and be off to the races.
Right, okay. Now let's talk about something else, because Bandwidth has recently changed its business strategy. You've always been very happy to be sort of in the background. You are the company that supports the service providers. You are the power behind so many of the vendors here on this floor, but recently you switched, and Bandwidth is now going direct to enterprise. Why is this the time for Bandwidth to change their strategy?
That's right. So yes, this has been a huge change for us, but one we're really excited about. We see a great opportunity here to bring the things that make us great, our huge nationwide network. It's one of the largest in the nation. Our API is built on top of that network to allow for great agility, customization, and control, and bring that experience direct to the enterprise IT buyer. And just to be clear, what we're doing, we're not looking to compete with our customers, the platforms. We're looking to plug into those customers, so we're right alongside them. So something like, if you're looking for SIP trunking or direct routing for Microsoft Teams, we would love to talk to you. That's where we're shining. One of the common things that we've run into here is on the 911 side. Because we also have a 911 network, it makes that migration to the cloud super, super seamless. And again, things like porting and ordering a phone number, you can get around having to use a spreadsheet or wait days or weeks for that to happen. It's super seamless with our platform.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, because E911 it's one of these things that we've all known that there's an issue around it. We've known for years, we've known since the start of internet telephony that 911 breaks unless you take special care to design for it. Well, all of the vendors here have provided some sort of E911. Most of it feels like that kludge that we talked about earlier. It's a workaround. It's something that requires an active participation on the part of the user to make sure that it's going to go to the right place whenever that user is in office, in field, at home, at branch. The fact that we can now implement that at Bandwidth, which is far, far down on the layer, it means that my users don't have to play as big an active role, because Bandwidth now just knows where that should go.
Exactly. So we're able to make that process super seamless, again, for the enterprise IT buyer and for those platforms that are looking for a way to connect to 911 PSAPs across the nation with one simple click. It's all available and easy to provision right from our dashboard. And we're really excited about, the opportunities that this opens up for, just ease in operations. 911 has been so complicated, it's hard to understand, especially when you're migrating to the cloud and you have to revisit all this old technology. It needs an update. And 911 often complicates that move. You're really excited to get started, and this can be a holdup. So we can work with you to really push through and get your 911 out of the way in terms of your cloud migration, and get you through the regulations around 911. We understand the space, and again, get you off to the races and have a great experience.
Now I have to end with a strategy question, because with this radical shift in Bandwidth's business plan, from sort of being happy with being in the background to really pushing forward. I mean, yes, you are making sure your partners are taken care of. Yes, you're not competing with them. You're actually supporting them. You're being complementary to what they've been doing in the enterprise space. But Where does this lead bandwidth in 2 years, in 3 years, in 5 years? I mean, since you've spent so much time perfecting the network and making sure that the APIs work properly, is this bandwidth signaling to the world that we're ready to be a bigger player in UC?
Absolutely. You know, we are looking to up our game. You're seeing us in a bigger way here at Enterprise Connect this year. You've seen us walking around in our sparkly sequin jackets.
Which I love, by the way.
Thank
I just have
you.
to say.
We've had so much interest in that we're actually giving one away because people have been asking us all week. So they've been a hit. So yeah, expect to see us around a bit more than you have in the past. We're excited to have this be a bit of our coming out party.
There you have it. Caroline, thank you very much for speaking with us. Thank you for sharing the changes that are happening at Bandwidth. It's always nice to have a company, a business, a player that's willing to become a bit disruptive on the field, because that means innovation for the rest of us. Now, if you could, please tell them where they should go to find out more. Of course, they should go to a show like Enterprise Connect. They should speak to a rep. They should find the people in the sparkly sequin jackets. Yep. But if they can't do that, where can they go online to find out more?
So it's pretty easy. Just visit www.bandwidth, that's bandwidth.com. We'd love to chat with you.
Thank you again, and thank you. Be sure to stay tabbed, because we've still got more from Enterprise Connect 2019. I'm Father Robert Balacer, the digital Jesuit here at Enterprise Connect 2019. Now, we couldn't leave the show without speaking to the absolute giant on the floor, and of course, that's Amazon. That's why I'm speaking with Mr. Pasquale Di Maio. He is the GM of Amazon Connect. Pasquale, thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, last year, Amazon made a huge splash with Chime. It was going to disrupt the industry. It was going to change the way that we look at services. And since then, Amazon's been very good about releasing feature after feature after feature, including 2 new ones just recently. Can you tell me a little bit about what Chime has in store for us?
Absolutely. So Amazon Chime Business Calling allows you to place and receive phone calls and text messages to more than 100 countries now. They also released Amazon Chime Voice
right,
Connector.
the business calling.
Yes,
right.
sorry, Voice Connector, Amazon Chime Voice Connector. And Voice Connector allows you to bring all of your voice traffic onto the internet. It's essentially SIP trunking in the cloud.
Right, but it hasn't been limited to the Chime releases. You also have Amazon for Business. You have speech analytics solutions. You've got people talking about what Amazon has been doing with your voice assistant. So it's amazing to see all of the activity that's been centered around your business offerings.
Absolutely. So Alexa for Business has been a really cool functionality that brings the power of Alexa from the home, but also for work and productivity. It's great for meeting rooms. You can say, Alexa, start my meeting. It's also been really cool to see it be integrated into our first third-party product, the Polycom Trio phone. And so now you can use your Polycom Trio you already have or any new one to get Alexa for Business.
Yeah. Now, we all know that Amazon Web Services they've redefined what we do in business. They've changed the way that we think of services on the internet, but we've also seen an incredible adoption of Amazon Connect. What is it that seems to be driving more and more businesses to Amazon Connect?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is just the velocity of innovation that customers can achieve with it. They can move really quickly. In fact, Rackspace, one of our customers, told us if their current system was a railroad, now they're in a rocket ship.
Nice comparison. Speaking of railroad versus rocket ship, we have to talk about AI, because for me personally, one of the biggest reasons why I started experimenting with Connect is that Connect has been intelligence enabled since day one. It's not an add-on, it's actually part of the service. It's part of the reason why you go with Connect. But when it was first released, it was sort of it was a buzzword. It was a phrase. It was something that people said, sure, our solution is built on AI, even if they didn't really understand what that meant. Recently, we've started to understand exactly what AI is good at, our current level of AI. What applications have you seen that actually takes advantage of what AI is good at?
Well, we're seeing a lot of great AI applications now with Amazon Connect. Starting with Lex, which allows you to have natural language conversations in our call flows. Essentially what people used to call IVRs can now be automated, but also really comfortable and enjoyable for the customer. Additionally, now we're also seeing AI services that improve agent performance. One of the ones we showcased here was our voice solution that allows folks to see exactly what's going on in a call from the customer's perspective. So it does first an audio transcription, then it looks at that transcription and understands each of the things that's going on, entities, sentiment, all the things the caller is talking about, and then you can use that to either tell the agent feedback, maybe next best action, or you could also use it to alert a supervisor that maybe need to step in. So that improves both the caller experience and also the agent experience and agent performance.
Right. And personally, I think that that's been some of the most interesting developments in AI, especially on the Amazon platform, and that is the use of AI, the use of intelligence to do things like call transcription. Because once you have that, you actually have the ability to turn that into actionable information. Now, when you start looking at the future of Connect, when you start looking at how people are going to be using Connect in conjunction with the other Amazon Web Services, when you look at the entire family of business utilities that Amazon provides, where do you see this going? Because, I mean, honestly, I can develop pretty much everything. As you said, it increases the pace of innovation, but is there a place that Amazon wants to end up going?
Yeah, I think the thing we really want to do is enable our customers to deliver great customer service. And that means making it incredibly easy to configure these things in the beginning, keep updating them, testing them over and over again, trying new things, experimenting. In fact, Intuit told us that they ran 100 experiments last year on Amazon Connect alone. with those kind of experiments, they're gaining knowledge, they're learning new things, they're thinking of new experiments, and they keep improving the customer experience over and over again. We also think that there's going to be a ton of advancements with AI because you can start to analyze all this data. You talked about transcriptions. We also can real-time translate those, and so maybe you've got a bunch of agents who are handling maybe a small number but very important calls in a different language. You want to hear what they're saying and what the customers are saying back to them, and this allows you not only to be able to translate it, but
listening to this, thinking, should I start getting involved with Connect platform? To that person, what would they be looking at in terms of developing a solution for the future?
Yeah, it's really easy. Just go straight to aws.amazon.com/connect.
Pasquale, I want to thank you very much for your time. I want to thank you for dropping wisdom on our audience. And I want to thank you for staying with us. I'm Father Robert Balaser, the Digital Jesuit, and stay tabbed because there's still so much at Enterprise Connect 2019.